Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I think this OBS update has moved all of my buttons because the mute button is in a different place. Come on, OBS, why can't you save that for a major update? Speaking of major things, let's see who is in the chat, which fortunately is in the same place. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. We have K-Mac Vintage. Hi, Will. We have Francois, who is still awake. Hi, Francois. We have Sloopy Malibu. Hi, Sloopy. We have Trina's Technobabble. Hi, Trina. We have Got Bomb. Hi, Jason. We have, let's see here. I thought I saw someone else. No, looks like I got everyone here. Trina says I need to share my popsicle with the rest of you. Well, it would melt before it got to customs, and then it would be liquid in a box, and then customs would be angry that I did not mark the hazmat checkbox. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. And we have things that you all have sent me. But first, let's see here. We have channel announcements. I have a new Ko-fi goal. The link is in the description. Thanks to the fact that I am having more and more trouble finding parts for Clarus, I need a new desoldering tool. Beats me why I can't find the parts. I think they might have discontinued the Anesti ZD915 because too many YouTubers have them. That would probably track just about right. Anyways, so, short of me finding another option that doesn't cost as much, that has parts available, I just need to break down and buy a Hacko, because at least they sell you all the parts. Let's see. Gutbomb says Duratool is another name for that. Well, I can look, but the thing is, if the parts are not compatible, the parts are not compatible. Because I know there's like some brand that Amazon likes to suggest to me that they use different size things for them. Gutbomb says the rebranding. Now that, well, I guess I can look here. Duratool. Desoldering Station. Let's see here. Well, I will have to look and see if that leads me to parts. The problem is not the fact that I can't buy a whole new station, it's the fact I can't buy parts. I cannot find the parts anywhere. Because I'm not going to buy a whole new station every time the soldering gun goes bad. Gutbomb says, it's a bunch of companies selling the same machine. Yeah, but I seemingly, every time I go looking for parts, I have trouble finding the individual parts, like the filters, the handles, the whatnots. Because I find it wasteful to buy a whole new station every time your handle goes bad, which, for anyone keeping track, I don't remember when I ordered the 3 handles from Marlon P. Jones, but I had to put the second of those 3 handles on my station this past weekend, so Or no, not this week. Monday. Yesterday. Yeah, I guess it was yesterday. Monday. This week's throwing me off. I refuse to order anything from AliExpress because Katrina says, stop being so hard on your poor Moo guns. Yeah, I don't know why the handle keeps failing me. Thomas says, I have a Pros Kit SS331. Well, now there's another problem. I know some people have recommended that Pros Kit, but where do you get it that's not eBay? I want, or AliExpress. I want someplace, or maybe Amazon finally started selling it. No. They don't have any stock on that listing. Interesting. $268? No, 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 no. That's not right. I'd rather just buy the Hacko. If $268, the Hacko's like $300. I'll have to look some more, but every time I look, I find some reason why I just go back to, let me buy the Hacko, because then at least I know they sell the parts. All the parts. I can repair it. Till they discontinue it. Which, actually, apparently I got the discontinuation notice from Hacko. They have discontinued the FX951. That's my soldering station. Hopefully they still have parts for a while. Yeah, got bomb. I will order it directly from Hacko, or to make sure I get the one for the American market. Thomas says the Pros Kit has a better vacuum than my Hacko. Well, someone's going to have to tell me where you buy the Pros Kit that is not eBay or AliExpress, and I'll have to make sure I can get parts. Because I don't want to order from AliExpress, and I'm not playing the eBay game for tools. Because I don't know if the seller is actually an authorized distributor, because all you got to do to sign up for eBay is sign up for eBay. Because if there's a warranty problem, I want my warranty. So, anyways, yes, I'm going to have to figure something out. Thomas says they have parts for them. Well, I got to make sure I can get them, but not from AliExpress. I refuse to order from AliExpress, and don't even get me started on Temu. So, yeah. I just don't like AliExpress. It seems like the wild, wild east. I was about to say wild, wild west, but then I figured, wait a minute. That wouldn't be right. Unless you go west from the U.S. East Coast and keep going west, then maybe it is the wild, wild west, west. It's a Moo machine you going for. Yes. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I have one of these to fall back on, but it just takes forever. And this is actually the engineer one. This is like the good one. And I just dropped the thing of filters on the floor for the station. Thomas says, I have the FR300. I think it works, but has weak tips. Yeah, I know it's like, K-Max says, I bought a basic one for Amazon, $125, and been great for me. Well, I bought the $125 one from Amazon, but I can't get parts for it. It's like Marlon P. Jones stopped carrying the parts. So, yeah, the engineer solder suckers are great for a manual pump. Yes, they are. They're probably like the best manual pump you can get. They're the ones everyone wants to imitate. And apparently there's an imitation that one of the YouTubers I subscribed to figured out it was pretty good. But anyways, yeah. This one I have, Marlon P. Jones stopped selling the parts. It seems like the Amazon listings are out of stock more often than not. Jeremy had told me a place that had the parts, but I can't seem to find them anymore. So I'm like, how do I get parts for this station to keep it running? I'm running a losing battle because these handles are lasting like 2 months. And, oh, Yeah, you're probably thinking, well, don't they sell replacement heaters for them? Well, yeah, they do. There's just a problem. The heater in the handle has color-coded wires, but the replacement heater they sell you, all the wires are white, except for one. There is like one that has blue, that is blue. The rest of the wires are white. These do not match the color codes in the handle itself. So, yeah. It's like they want you to just buy a new handle, but I can't find the handle anywhere. Thomas says, this is the ad I got my pros kit at. Uh, it's the NSD ZD915, which I can't show you the station, but here's the handle. It's the one all the YouTubers use. You could send it to me on Discord, Thomas. So, the pros kit is the same one, too. Well, it's confusing because you give it a different model and I can't play the let's order parts thinking they're the same because I've actually ordered parts and they didn't fit. Newark sells replacement handles. Actually, that's actually good to know, except the last time I tried to order from Newark, they rejected my order. I haven't ordered from them since. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's basically the gist of it. Because I don't know, it was really weird. They I think quite honestly that they might have decided, I don't know, it was really weird. I'm sent a link on Discord. Yay! Yeah, that's nice, Gutbomb, that they've got that handle on their website, but that's $56. And that's considerably more expensive than the NSD handles we're running. Like, considerably more. The NSD handles were like about 20. So, ouch. Oh! And Thomas Armstrong bought his pros kit from Banggood. Another website that, while I have ordered from them before, I really don't want to order from them again either. Yikes. And it's 218 Canadian dollars? Ouch. The NSD wasn't that expensive. Um, uh, maybe that's why they keep failing. Yep. I don't know. I think I I don't know. Maybe that one's yep, I just saw your link, Trina. There's no way I can use a 220-volt desoldering station. So I so anyways, I mean yeah, that was a really good price compared to some of the others for that station, but it's 220 volts. um the desoldering gun S993A. No, I'm not getting a step-up transformer to run desoldering equipment. I'm sorry that it probably seems like I'm being very particular, but there are just some things that I don't have time to waste trying to get the ability to do repair work. The same reason I don't use OpenCore. So, yeah, step-ups do cost much, and they fail often, yes. Anyways, I'll look at some of the suggestions. Maybe I can find a place to buy it that's like... The thing is, I want a place where I know I can hopefully rely on getting replacement parts. And I don't want to play the, yeah, I can buy parts on eBay, but I have to buy, like, something from this seller and something from that seller and wait for it to ship from China, because inevitably a lot of those seem to be direct ship items, even if they say they're in the US. I can't tell you how many times I bought something that ships from US, and I strangely get a weird tracking number that it comes from Shenzhen. And I don't mean, like, the little Shenzhen Chinese restaurant down the street. Yeah, yeah, Trina says, you just want a place that knows your name, just like Cheers. Yeah, maybe that's it. Hi, Jamie. Jamie's Hack Shack is here, who says it ships from US after it arrives from Shenzhen. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Frank says, I just got 3 handle... Oh, Thomas Armstrong says, I just got 3 handle kits from Banggood, $50 on sale. Well, I mean, I might look and see if they've got the handle kit. But the thing is, the handles keep breaking. The filters clog even more, and I'm out running low on filters, so I can't really change them. It's like, I really wanted to... I want something that I could just order the parts from the US and get them in a couple days if I realize I'm running out. The one that goes in the handle, it's a ceramic filter. So, yeah, it's because this filter, pretty much when it fills with solder, this filter is going to be clogged and you got to replace it. I'm like, that's like the first part I started having trouble trying to find. So, anyways, I think it's time to go to the segment that everyone's been waiting on. Sloopy says, wash it with soap and water. That's what I do on mine. Actually, every time I've removed that filter, it is like, it's falling apart. So I can't just exactly wash it. Oh, hi, Retro Techie. Welcome. I need a desoldering gun for my desoldering gun filter. Yeah, exactly. Thomas Armstrong says, Banggood is worse than eBay. Maybe that's why I stopped ordering from them a long time ago. Like 4 years ago. Or 5 years ago. Yeah, I think I'd ordered some parts for something and got them, and they all seemed to be garbage. In fact, I don't think I ever built what I ordered the parts for because I was just disappointed all around. I don't even remember what I was going to build now. Oh, that's right. I'd found some electronic circuit for like an automated tea maker, and Thomas Armstrong says Banggood is better than Alley. Yeah. Anyways, let's go to the segment everyone's been waiting on, and you're probably thinking I'm about to play an animation, and no, I'm not. This is the segment, things you all have sent me. Because, actually, I've only bought one thing on eBay I haven't shown you all, and it's a moot point to show you. In fact, I'm not even sure what I did with the box, because I bought it not realizing which board the big bad biologist was telling me about. So I'd ordered something for the board I thought he was talking about, and now maybe I should just probably send them to John and let him test them. Oh, hi, Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda. Welcome. Yeah, I always recommend use PayPal with an internet issued or insured. I don't know which word you were meaning. Credit card, yes. So you get your money back one way or the other. Yes, anyways, so the big bad biologist picked up a lot of motherboards, and you're probably wondering why in the world I have this thing set up for testing already. Because I had to test something last night, and this was the board I needed to use. But the big bad biologist, John, recently picked up some boards from somewhere, and I believe this is one of those boards from it. This is like an eBay regret, but without the eBay part. It still might be a bit of a regret. But anyways, this is the cutest little motherboard that I've seen since trying my hand at PC Cheap's motherboards. Now, yeah, see? It's got that nice slim form factor. And here I am losing parts for that PC Cheap's motherboard. If you're wondering, it's PC chips, but one use of them, and you'll call them PC cheaps. I think it was the e-waste haul. But anyways, now John sent me the motherboard. I've put RAM and a video card, a Trident card naturally, and a controller card in it. But anyways, this is an Intel 486SX motherboard with no cache. And I have stocked it with 32 megabytes of RAM because I am apparently a masochist when it comes to waiting for RAM tests on motherboards. John also fixed the real-time clock module so it will keep time, and he sent me some lovely Big Bad Biologist Big Bad Bench stickers! Woohoo! Scarlet says, no cash, credit only. Yeah. Anyways, this is my Trident card that from Sergey Kiselev's open source project, and this is a controller card that I picked up from the swap meet a couple months ago, and finally was able to find something to test it in, and the card works. I also, if you're wondering what I was testing, that I needed this board for, well, it was the SCSI card that I picked up on eBay a couple of weeks ago. And this is an eBay regret because I can't get this thing to see SCSI devices on any computer. And now I'm like well outside of any reasonable expectation to yeah, I've spent way too long trying to test this thing. So yeah, this one's going to be on me. The consolation prize is I can upload the ROM images to the retro web, but it probably needs a new SCSI controller chip. Or there's something wrong with it at working with a blue SCSI, because, yeah. But anyways, this leads me to the other box that is on my bench, as to also why I wanted to have this board ready for testing, and that is because this came today. It is not a Chromebook, or at least I don't think it's a Chromebook, but this comes from RetroTech Chris. I mean, it could be a Chromebook. It's probably not. But, alright. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to, move that somewhat out of the way so I can actually put the box in frame. There we go. And inside we have some goodies. Ooh, anti-static bags. And bubble wrap. Ooh, they're the little soft pop ones. Neat. Oh, what do you know? We have We have something here. Oh, Retrotech Chris knows how to appeal to me. We have a Trident video card. I had to look at the chat to see if someone had called it. And yes, indeed. Frank called it just as I was getting to it. We have a Trident Visa Local Bus graphics card. Neato. Is TGUI 9440. Woohoo! Of course, I don't know why I'm so excited, but, well, it's a Trident card. If I make buttons, I think my next buttons should probably be something to do with Trident video cards. And we have a SCSI card! Yes, Retrotech Chris had picked up a bunch of SCSI cards from Bill Lewis, and this is an Adaptec one. Because Chris saw my troubles with that one I bought on eBay. He was like, hey, could you use a SCSI card? I was like, yes, I could. So we'll give this a try. In fact, we'll give it a try sooner rather than later. Because I do have the blue SCSI on the bench. It's kind of off frame, but it's on the bench. And it has a DOS image on it. Well, oh! And we have a GTK VGA 1. I believe this is an Acumos, one of their chips before they got bought by Cirrus Logic. I have a feeling this is, they probably had it made by a third-party fab or something. But yes, I remember Chris, I think, shared something about on X about this. So yes, another wonderful video card. All right. In fact, I should probably put that in the system too, so we can see how much better it is or worse it is compared to a Trident video card. And last but not least, yes, I know what this is. This came from Bill Lewis. I definitely know this came from Bill Lewis because he mentioned that he had these for me. We have the set of discs for an IBM Aptiva. Yes, all right. The product recovery, CD-ROM, diagnostics and utilities. The Windows 95 companion, Lotus Smart Suite, Encarta 96, Tripmaker, Caesar 2, World's Greatest Monuments, MechWarrior 2, Word Adventure, Toonland, The Lost Mind of Dr. Brain, VR Soccer Semifinals 3D, Quicken, Language Sampler, CD Extra. Ooh, definitely won't be able to play this one on YouTube, because I bet all these songs would strike fear in the hearts of men. I mean, set off Content ID. Metal Beast, Jungle Book. Oh. Anyways, you're probably wondering, why am I so excited for some Aptiva discs? Well, actually, I have the Aptiva these discs go with. So, watch the language. Yeah. Actually, if anyone was wondering what would probably set off Content ID, yeah, I'm pretty sure those are probably all things that are definitely in Content ID match, because we got Michael Bolton, Said I Loved You, But I Lied, Celine Dion's 4K 2 Miami's Encore, James Taylor's Shower the People, Toad the Wet Sprocket Brother, Mary Chapin Carpenter, Tender When I Want to Be, and Branford Marsalis, Mr. Steppy? Well, all we need to know is it says Columbia on it, so therefore that's associated with Sony Music Entertainment, and Sony is quite defensive of their intellectual property, even if they don't know how to secure PlayStation Network. Yes, I'm still bitter Sony over the PlayStation Network when Portal 2 came out. Yeah. I'm pretty sure these are all in Content ID match. Oh, we have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Hey, Michael. Yes, we will probably have to do Mech Warrior at some point. I will have to probably reinstall the software on the Aptiva because I'm not sure if Mech Warrior is still installed on it. But yes, I'm pretty sure these go to that computer because I believe it does have ATI 3D Rage built-in graphics, which it's stuck with because it's on board and there's no AGP slot. IBM really knew how to make an expandable computer. But anyways, now that I have opened up the goodies from RetroTech Chris, thank you, Chris. Let's take a look at this board from the Big Bad Biologist, as well as some of the items from RetroTech Chris. So let's see here. I'm going to take out the Trident card. I know, probably seems like sacrilege. I'm also going to remove this wonderful controller card, which, by the way, something I probably didn't notice when I showed this off during the Swap Meet pickup stream. This actually has a prototype floppy controller chip on it. And yet, I believe this was actually a retail card. But yet, that is clearly marked as a prototype. That's just kind of weird. Hey, Jesse! Hi, 8386SX is in the house. So yeah, that's just kind of weird. Thomas says, I have something like that card. Yeah. I don't know what the jumpers mean, but at least the card does work, and it appears to be jumpered correctly for floppy-enabled primary IDE. So, but yeah. I didn't realize that during that pickup stream that it was the floppy controller chip is clearly marked prototype. Anyway, so I am going to put our GTK VGA1 chip into the motherboard that the Big Bad Biologist sent me. I have it on good authority that graphics chip pairs nicely with i486SX with no cache. I am going to make sure that this SCSI card is set up for the computer here real quick. So switch 1 on non-plug and play system is on open. Oh, this looks like it might be set up for plug and play. Well, let's plug the card in. I can't tell if it's set up or not. So anyways, we'll plug the card in and see if it does anything close to resembling a configured card. And if it doesn't, then I'll realize that it's not set up for this board and we'll just try again. Anyways, there we go. The SCSI card that Chris sent me, this video card that Chris sent me. And I've got the AST keyboard. There we go. The blue SCSI is over here, right off camera. I think my... well, there, oh, it's completely off frame. Anyways, I have a DOS image on it. I don't think the image is corrupted because I didn't get it. It didn't pick up on the last system. So anyways, there we go. And oh, wait. I on VG? I am on VGA 1. All right. Hmm. Okay, that's kind of weird. Let me make sure I got everything plugged in. Oh, um, maybe the SCSI card is not configured correctly. Let's try it with just the video card. Hmm. Okay. Well. Okay. When all else fails, go to a known configuration. So let's put the Trident card in. Let's make sure that I don't have. Okay, I saw the keyboard lights flash that time. Okay. CMOS memory size mismatch. All right, well, we'll deal with that in a moment. Okay. So, motherboard is working with the Trident card. But I had the Trident card in the 8-bit slot. Oh, that's maybe what I should do. Let's put the Trident card in the 16-bit slot. Because I do not know if this video card I would like to try will work in an 8-bit slot. All right, so there we go. We got the Trident card. All right, I guess I can let it run setup to get rid of the memory size error. There we go. Okay. Now let me just double check this card. I mean, I'm presuming Chris tested this card. Well, I do see a potential a pin on the back of the card that may be bent over and touching another pin. So let me. Possible that got pressed down in the process of packing the card. Okay, let's try that. And I will. I'll spray a little bit of contact cleaner in the slot. All right. And I keep forgetting to change camera, but you've seen me install cards before. Good night, Francois. Well, okay. So this video card is misbehaving. I'll have to ask Chris if he actually tested it, because I'm not getting a video image out of it. Okay, so that card seems to be misbehaving. How will Trina says, but how will I know how to install video cards if you don't show it? I'll show this one. Installing video cards is as easy as that. Okay, let's try the SCSI card. Because it would appear as if the video card is in need of some work, maybe. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. I probably should try to find my postcard, maybe. Very interesting. Um, Postcard is in power on self-test. The card which likes to hide on my bench, even though it's red. Yeah, this board is like... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I kind of need to know what codes it might be giving me. So anyways, I don't know what I did with the little remote display thing that makes it much easier to see the codes. All right. And of course now it works. What's up with that? Okay. Is this the problem with this board not always powering up? Alright, well, let's put the video card from Chris in. Again, I'll put it in a different slot. Alright. And now let's see if I can read the... Very interesting. What appears if the motherboard maybe is not always posting. Maybe there's a capacitor or something. Alright, well, let's put the SCSI card back in. There we go. Whatever. Okay, so we have the SCSI card in. Well, let's see if the BIOS on it runs. Oh, hey, John. We have the big bad biologist's big bad bench here in the chat. No, the SCSI card is not configured correctly because the BIOS should have run by now. Alright. I don't remember what Chris was testing these in, but it probably was a plug-and-play system. But, John, recognize anything here? And thank you very much for the motherboard. Okay, so this SCSI card, switch 1 on, is for non-plug-and-play systems, so there we go. Switch 1 is on. I want to put this at... let's see here, 2, 3, and 4 off. I think port 330 is the usual default for a SCSI card. And on let's switch 5. Oh, switch 5. I want to enable the floppy, so I want that. Actually, I suspect. There we go. I'm just going to turn all the switches off because I think that will configure to enable the floppy, IO port 330, and BIOS address DC 1000, which should be free on this computer. Hey, Chris! You recognize anything on my bench, Chris? Like this Phoenix View VGA compatible BIOS. But wait, there's more. We also have a SCSI card, if it will decide to initialize. Oh, there we go. Hey, I picked up the blue SCSI. Oh. I gotta go in the BIOS and change something. Yes, Chris, I found the Trident card too. In fact, Frank called it right as I was unwrapping it. I had an IDE card, so I had an IDE drive. There we go. That's better. Yes, Chris, I found the Trident card. And the SCSI card and the other video card are in this motherboard that the big bad biologist sent me. And I've got a blue SCSI connected, which it is picking up. And we are booting DOS from the blue SCSI. Oh, and I think I want the SCSI card at port 340. Oh! Because it did not load SCSI drivers. Okay, well, let me change the configuration of the SCSI card. Oh, or 330, 334, 230, 234. Oh. Oh, I'm going to have to change the config.sys because this card does not support port 340. Okay, I'll have to edit the config.sys and try again. Oh, Chris says, I didn't know you were doing this tonight. I would have tuned in earlier. Well, I generally like to open things that people send me as soon as I can, so that's why I'm doing it before I get to computer. So if you tuned in for computer, we will get to computer very momentarily. But I do like to at least take a brief look at things that people send me. So, hence the board from the Big Bad Biologist, the SCSI card and the video card from RetroTech Chris. And I at least wanted to see it load drivers. Oh wait, no, it actually did load drivers. Okay. I missed the first driver was for a different card. So will this cheap video card run Windows? Yes, it runs Windows. Woohoo! Wonder if Windows has built-in drivers for this video card. Options, change system settings. Options, change system settings. Whoops. Do we dare press our luck, maybe? Yep, it's a GTK card. I'll have to find drivers for it. And that's good. Oh, I don't have check it on here. That's right. Because this is the stock generic DOS image from the Blue Scuzzy wiki. That looks so vintage Windows, yes. Now, there was another Scuzzy card that I have that was, or at least last time I was using the Scuzzy image, it was like self-destructing after a boot or two. Let's see if it'll actually reboot. Because I have a feeling it was the computer I had the Scuzzy card in, not the Scuzzy card. Because yes, it's... Yeah, okay, that works well. Hey, Rudy, welcome! Will says, worked lots with that version of Windows for workgroups. Yes. Alright, so there we go. I have a Scuzzy card that has a boot ROM and that is actually detecting Scuzzy devices. So, yay for that. I will have to try that on the KLH computer that has the busted IDE port. I have also confirmed that the floppy controller on this card works, so that's good. So, there we go. Ah, yes. Yep, I will definitely thank Bill for the card. So, finally have a Scuzzy card that I know is working. Because I know Chris tested it, so now it has been confirmed working by 2 people. Don't worry, Rudy. I'm just finishing up with opening things people sent me. We're getting to the Apple II clone here very shortly. I'm clearing off the bench. So there, once again, is the GTK video card that RetroTech Chris sent me, which I will have to see if I can find drivers for. Got the Trident card, and we got the motherboard that the big bad biologist sent me. So, yeah, the Apple clone is waiting in the green room. Or actually, it's waiting on the table to my side. So, anyways, so thank you, John, and thank you, Chris, and thank you, Bill. Bill Lewis happens to be lurking in the background. Thank you all. And I'm sure I will find something to do with this board. I am probably going to have to do something about the very loose clock chip. I think I may need to put a new socket on this board. I think the socket is kind of loose. Right? Chris says drivers might not do much. It probably doesn't have much memory. Yeah, that is true. It may just use the generic VGA drivers. So, anyways, there we go. Let me detangle. Somehow I got my soldering iron tangled up on my bench with this stuff. Oh, that's right. I was testing multiple things last night. All right, so let's get this PC stuff off the bench. And let me go grab the computer. All right. Okay, we have at least the parts of computer I need right now. And that would be the motherboard and the IC sockets. Let's see here. And so, where I left off on computer last time, it looks like I did start to put some chips in sockets for some reason. Oh, probably because I was trying to make sure the sockets actually worked in terms of I didn't get solder in the pins. But it does look like I am going to need to fix a few breaks. Over in this area. And let me see here. I know it's been a while since I looked at computers, so if you'll give me a moment to catch my bearings. Okay, so I think this was... I needed sockets. So I didn't have the sockets on hand. Probably didn't want to use the sockets I had on hand because they were filling with solder. So I don't think there's any broken traces over in this area of the board. Some little solder bits there. Which came right off the solder mask. I'll use the foam swab to brush them up. Okay, I think the CPU socket's fine. I think that one was fine, and that one's fine. I think all the breaks are confined to... Okay, oh, that's a 16-pin socket. Those are 16 pins. So I think that one... I just didn't want to use the sockets I had on hand. This one, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like we have 4 breaks. Okay. No, Thomas, this is not a Hong Kong clone. This is a Japanese clone. At least if that can be trusted. It's possible that can't be trusted. But it is a Japanese clone, from what that says. Would they lie? I mean, would computer lie to me? Well, no, computer's probably not lying to me, but that's not to say that whoever made this board didn't, like, try to disguise where it was actually coming from. I mean, that very well could have been one of their tricks to trying to get it through customs. Because the thing is, customs was trying to keep the clones out. So, I don't know what tricks they might have played to try to get them through customs. I know sometimes they would ship them without ROMs, and then someone here in the US would put ROMs in them. I think in that case, the manufacturer could legally argue, well, there's no infringing ROMs in it. But, I mean, I can't say for certain that they didn't, like, mislabel the country of origin sometimes. Because I don't know that. Anyways, so I got the motherboard, and because the sockets I bought from Jamco were being especially disappointing, I have 3M sockets, and I have TE connectivity sockets, And I have more TE connectivity sockets. And I have tantalum capacitors, but that's for something completely different. Yes, that was a bag of 100 tantalum capacitors. Let's see here. And up there are more TE connectivity sockets. And some what is I forgot that I ordered this. Yes, a Pressy dip socket, but this isn't for computer. Thomas Armstrong says, like the Japanese beer made down the street, shipped to the US, as imported. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let me see. Where can I put this 44 pin PLCC socket where I won't lose it? Answer, nowhere. So I'll put it in the tool chest drawer where I'll probably forget I put it in there when I get back to the Champion 386. I bought that socket because I'm going to desolder the floppy controller from the Champion 386 and see if there's any damage under it. And then I thought I would try to put it in a socket to put it back. So anyways, I have sockets. I think these are... So I got 14 pin sockets, I got 8 pin sockets, I got 16 pin sockets, and I have 24 pin sockets. I believe, based on what I've already replaced, because I think that one's like a 20 pin socket. But I got that one in without any trouble, so I'm not going to remove it. So that's why I didn't order 20 pin sockets. I'm not going to replace the CPU because I got the socket in, so I'm just going to leave it be. So yeah, it looks like to replace the rest of the sockets, I just needed 14, 16, 8, and 24 pins. And yep, there's the 8 pin sockets, the 24 pins, the 14 pins. And because I needed so many 16 pins, because that's predominantly what's on the board, I actually ordered 100 of them because that was the quantity break. I was ordering enough of them, it just made sense to go ahead and order 100. It is, after all, probably the most common size socket I use of the narrow dip sockets. So, let's go ahead and remove this chip. Or wait, I don't think I need to remove that chip. Actually, I may not need to remove that chip. I think that's why it's still there. I think the break's on the next socket over. So let's check to make sure I still have continuity there. I think I can see where these traces go, and if I have any doubt, I do have a Hong Kong clone, which is probably going to be basically the same as this. Or Taiwan. Okay, so that's fine. That one's fine. That's on the top side of the board. That's fine. I'm pretty sure this socket is fine. I think I just abraded the solder mask there. Yep. There's a little shiny spot there. That's just where I braided this solder mask. Okay, so the socket's fine. It was this one here. And let's see here. So this here. This one goes to here. All right. So let's just kind of like do these one. Actually, I think what I need to do. Whoop, there's a little solder ball there. All right, let's get rid of the solder ball. Just say no to solder balls. Just say yes to the like button. Say no to solder balls. Okay, so I think for some of these, so pin. All right, so I'm going to do some board flipping here. So pin 1. All right, so pin 1. Oh, that's the wrong socket. Okay. So pin, let's see, that's pin. Hold on. All right, let me do it this. Let me find my marker, which I know where they all are. Okay, so this is pin 1. So I'm going to put a mark on the board so I know. That's pin 1, which means this is going to be pin 16. So let me just go 1, 8, 9, and 16. That'll help me as I flip the board around. So pin 1 being on that side on the bottom means that's on the other side of the top. So we're dealing with this socket here. So pin 1, there is a trace on the top of the board. So to fix pin 1, I need to figure out where that trace goes. All right. So this trace here goes to pin 15. Okay, so pin 1 goes to pin 15. So that is the missing connection there. So to make sure I have the... Oh, wait, is that the... Oh, no, that is not the correct. Not that pin 15. It goes to that pin 15. I know the internet's probably collectively screaming I skipped the socket. Ah! Yep. All right. Let me make sure I got the right pin here. So on the back side of the board, so on the front side of the board, on pin 1. Oh, wait a minute. I got the... Hold on. That's weird. Wait a minute. I thought did I... What did I do? So pin 1 goes... Pin 7. Pin 1 goes to pin 7. Alright, well, I better pour some isopropyl alcohol, which I will probably summarily spill at some point, so I can erase both of my lines that are completely wrong. I don't know what I was following, but obviously it was the wrong thing. Alright. There we go. My incorrect line is now gone. In fact, all my lines there are gone. I'll have to redraw my number 1. Alright. Okay, so pin 1 here goes to pin 7. Should be that one right there. All right. Okay. Okay. Good night, Frank, and have a good night at work, Thomas. If you end up having to rush out of the door really quickly. All right. So pin 7. Oh, I did it again. All right. Pin. It's that pin. Maybe what I should do to alleviate confusion is draw pin 1 there, and pin 1 there, and pin 1 there, and pin 1 there. There we go. So now I got a line at pin 1. So pin 7, where I need to put the first bodge, is here. And that needs to go to here. Okay, so now let me see if I've got that correct. Because I'm going to put my multimeter lead on the destination pin on the back and the bit of the pad that we still have on the front. And there we go. That has continuity. All right. And because I want to make sure that we are connected properly, I am actually going to do a 2 wires. Make sure that I'm soldered to this pin on that socket. But then I'm also going to put another wire to here. All right, so there's bodge number 1. I guess I need... I need to denote these. I'm going to put a dot. Okay, so there we go. Pin 1. All the brakes are on the back. Okay, so the next one that's broken is pin 2. Pin 2 is looks like a topside connect. So what I want to do is probably for it, I may pin 2 to there. All right. So I've got my multimeter probe sticking through. You can just barely see it. So that. So that. Needs to go. There we go. Okay, so the second wire, this needs to be connected to here. So it's a topside trace only. So if I fix that, then we'll be good. So I'm just going to put a wire on the bottom instead of trying to put it on the top so that the sockets fit right. Okay, so I think that pad I think's fine. Let me check to make sure that the via is still there, because that means I'll be able to solder. Okay, yep. So the via is still good on that third one. The fourth one traces on the bottom. The fifth one, I'm pretty sure that... Yep, that's good. So the next one here is pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pin 6. Let's see, pin 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So pin 6 connects to that pin there. So that is... Alright, so pin 6. Alright, so pin 6. Oh, why can't they design a multimeter that can actually tell you are actually using it? Okay, so pin 6. That's 6. There we go. So pin 6 needs to go. There we go. So I got 1, 2, and 6. And then I've got like 3 more here that I should probably do, but they are all visible on the bottom side of the board because pin 16 needs a bodge, but that one's going to be clearly visible even with the socket in. This one I probably need to bodge because I doubt that's going to be enough to get a good solder connection, but that one's visible. And then this one I should probably also put a bodge wire to make sure it gets a good connection. All 3 of those are visible on the bottom side of the board. So, to prevent myself from having to decipher any more lines than I need to, I will only mark the 3 that are visible on the top side, and we'll move on. And I am going to grab one of these TE Connectivity 16-pin sockets, and I can actually already feel a difference because this socket feels heavier than those Jamco ones. So hopefully that means this is actually a sealed socket. So now if I put the socket here, ooh, it's going to look so good. And in fact, I think once I put chips in, you'll never know the trouble I had with those sockets. So now let me solder a few of these pins of the pads that are fine. Hold the socket in place. We'll go. You know, that's kind of weird. Why don't I see the pins coming out on the other side of the socket? Oh, the board might be slightly warped. Okay. There we go. Oh, I'm just having trouble seeing it. I think there was there's a shadow or something. All right. There we go. There we go. So the socket is tacked in. And that looks pretty good. So far, so good. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and solder the rest of the pins that have no issues. And then I'll get the bodge wires. So that pad is fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. And let's see, that one's fine. That one's fine. That one. And that one. There we go. So there we go. So good night, Trina. We'll see you later. So far, so good. All right. Now, let's see if I can repair. I think this will help if I go ahead and put the socket beside it in. So Alright, let's go ahead and do that as well. Go ahead and get that socket in so that I have something to solder lodge wires to. Oh yeah, these sockets, I don't think you'll be able to tell that they're not the same as the cheap ones, because they're about the same height. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if these are the sockets that got imitated by the other ones I bought. There we go. And I'm just going to go ahead and solder all the pins on this socket that I don't have denoted as needing a bodge wire. Which is, go to see, that one's fine to solder. Mainly because I want to kind of stick the bodge wire in the via, and then I'll solder it. I just want to make sure that the bodge wires get as good of a mechanical connection as possible for many, many years of... Oh, that's just me marking pin 1. Okay, that's fine. 2, 6. For this one socket that I've already soldered in, I'll... Oh, just created a solder bridge there. Interesting. All right. Ew. Oh, I gotta replace the, Okay, I was just looking at these sockets. Okay. I wasn't going to replace these sockets other than this one has a bent pin, so... Or a damaged pin, so I'm going to replace it. As you might see, if I can get it in frame, the, yeah, that's like one of the cheap sockets. And just inserting a chip in it once did that, so... Yeah, that's not good. Probably means I got solder in it. So maybe I should inspect the... I'm not going to replace them unless I have to, the 16 pins that I put in last time. But let me just... Okay, those two appear to be fine, so we'll leave those be. All right, that one looks like that one looks good. So I'll leave it be. That's not a 16 pin. That one there looks fine as well. So we'll replace that one that I bent a pin on putting the chip in the socket. And okay. All right. There we go. And now I should have 3 sockets, all of which look really nice and are ready for bodge wires. All right. So I'll get these in order. I am going to erase the non-relevant marks. So those are just pin. Those were just telling me pin numbers. And that was a chip. And those are chip pin numbers. Okay. So now the marks on the bottom of the board should be the ones that I need to do. So we've got 1. So pin 1 goes here to here to here. Pin 2 goes here to here. And pin 6 goes here to here. And then I'll get these other 3 after that. One of which I think I put solder on it because I didn't realize it wasn't a full pad. But yep, that confirms that definitely needs a bodge wire there. So it's going to be that one, and that one that I will put a bodge wire on. Okay, there we go. So how's that? And then hopefully we'll get back to the faster part of resocketing because I will have fixed the mistakes that I made. Although I don't know when Clarus lets you down if it's my mistake or Clarus's mistake, but so I am going to all right. So I need to go from here. Let me go ahead and do that. And I think I will. There we go. Start with that wire there. The wire is stuck somewhat in the via. Okay. All right. So we got a nice solid connection there. And that needs to go to here. There will be that one there. And I'm going to attempt to kind of bend that around the pin, give it a good contact point. I got to put another bodge wire there as well. There's that one. So that will kind of hook there. All right. So the next bodge for this goes from here. Yep, this one here. There we go. I got the wire on. Let me just add a little bit of solder to make sure that is good and tight. There we go. So there we go. And that needs to come here. And now that wire now let's see if I can solder both of those onto the pin. No. That that didn't work. All right, let's remove the solder from the wires and try again. May have to use a little bit of flux. Oh, maybe it would help if I didn't try to curl these wires around the socket pin. Let me just try to stick them in the via, along with the IC socket pin. I gotta press wires. All right. All right. Well, let's try again. Somehow. Hope if I could find my. There they are. Needle nose pliers. Maybe. Let's try attaching one wire. Okay, so there's one of the wires. And. All right. Let's try again with the other one. Maybe the other one. The other one. Let me see if I can maybe get it on the pin as well as the part of the trace that's still exposed here, maybe? I'm definitely going to put some Captain tape on that to protect it if that actually managed to work. Hopefully, I've not done so much soldering I've messed up the socket, because I'd be really concerned about computer in that case. All right, let's just do this. Move that. Stick the wire into the via. Maybe. we go. In. Probably in enough. There we go. Okay, let's see if that did it. Okay, so according to the marks, that okay. So pin 1, yes. All right. Looks like I've got pin 1 reconnected. Looks a little messy, but it's on the bottom of the board. All right, so pin 2. Oh, that's right. Pin 2 goes here. No, goes here. Yep, right there. We will do that right there. Whoops. That didn't do what I want it to do. All right, well, that'll work. All right, pin 2. Alright, so I think I got pin 2 soldered. Alright, let's check. Pin 1 and pin 2 shorted. No. Pin 2 goes there. Alright. So now pin 6 goes here. And the only reason I want to put a bodge there is because I'm not sure how well it'll work otherwise, because this is one of those where I didn't break the trace, I broke the pad on the bottom. Solder is really not wanting to flow there very well. Alright. Okay, so I think I got that wire soldered. So we will route that. There. Okay, let's check that. So now, so pin 1 and 2. And yeah, and pin 6. I don't think I got a good solder connection to pin 6. Okay, so the wire get some pins mixed up? All right. No, that's right. So yep, that one's good. So pin 2 is going to checking. Okay, hold on. So pin 2 goes to oh, so it's pin 2 I don't have a good solder connection on. Okay. Alright, well let's Alright. Let's see if I can on. Oh, I don't know why I am having so much trouble. Okay, let's try this again. Hey Dave, welcome. I am having trouble. I'm doing okay. This board is aggravating me, and so is my multimeter. Why can't they design a multimeter that knows when you are actually using it? Instead of just blindly having to make it turn off after X minutes that's not configurable? Okay, did that actually solder? I may have to. Okay, so pin 2 to pin 9 of the next socket over. Okay, pin 2. Is that the right? Oh, it's pin 8 of the next socket over. Is that right? Pin 2, pin 8. Okay. I think I got all those bodges in place. Now, I am going to double check on another clone board that seems correct. If I can remember where I put it. That's not it. I thought I put it right here, but that is. Oh, oh, that's the board I was looking for the other day and couldn't find. Surprise! There it is. All right, so I have another Apple 2 Plus clone board. This one, I believe, is actually a Hong Kong clone. But it's got the same chips in the same place as computer. So I'm going to double check that these bodges are correct. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be going to pin 1. Confirmed. And then that should also be going to there. Confirmed. Okay, so I got pin 1 correct. Pin 2 should be going to pin 8 or going to there. Yes, correct. And pin 6 should be coming over here. No. Oh, wrong. Followed the wrong wire. Hold, please. Should be coming. So pin 2 is here. Yes, pin 6 is That one. Confirmed. Okay. So, thank you, Hong Kong or Taiwanese clone. I'm not exactly sure which one. You have proven yourself probably worth the cheap price I paid for you, other than I gotta put a 16-pin socket in it. And a new crystal. Which I will do another time. I do have the crystal. Well, I'll set it to the side. We might do it later. And if anyone's wondering, yeah, I spilled the isopropyl in the process of bodging computer. Shocked no one ever. You know, it would be really cool if someone could build me a sign to go on my shelf, light up sign with a buzzer and a big numbers that says it has been X hours since Justin spilled isopropyl alcohol, and whenever I spill it, I hit a button that's on my bench, which causes the buzzer to go, and then it switches to 0. And then it counts up. Or alternatively, it could play the Price is Right losing horns. Bump, 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 wow. 0. Yeah, Dave says I will work on that. Oh, cool. Now, granted, the sound could be in OBS. I don't know that the sign has to make the sound. It could be some way that the sound happens in OBS, but it switches the sign after it plays the losing horns. Because I think that would be funny. Alright, so there's that chip and that chip. I'll go ahead and put these back on the board so I don't lose them. Those are some of the bus transceivers. Now, there we go. These chips I've got elsewhere. Alright, so let's go ahead and get these last 2 sockets over on this side of the board. And these are 16-pin sockets. Yeah, I think that concluded the bodging that I knew had to happen. So now I should just be able to go to town removing and reinstalling sockets. One. And yes, I am making sure that the alignment notches are correct on all these sockets, because if anyone remembers previous discussions on the board, the sockets were just randomly inserted at the factory. So half the alignment notches on the original sockets are wrong. But I am not going to recreate that, because that's just asking for me to put chips in backwards, which will mean computer will be even more expensive to repair. So instead, I am going to at least put these sockets in the correct way. All right. got inspiration for that sign idea from the YouTuber Stez Fixes. Because he's got a sign, although his is manually controlled, because he melts plastic all the time repairing stuff. So he's got a sign on his shelf behind him that says, it has been like X number of days since I melted plastic. I generally don't have a problem with melting plastic, but it seems like I spill isopropyl alcohol all the time, keeping the 99% isopropyl alcohol industry in the green. All right, there we go. I believe that is. Yep. So that is all the sockets on those rows. So I have resocketed rows J, H, and G. This location does not get an IC. That is actually factory solder in the vias. So there we go. So let's go ahead and start to get these sockets here. And it looks like the first socket has a factory badge on it. So I am going to mark that pin, and I'm going to kind of give myself a hint as to which way the wire went. And I am going to replace this socket, and then I will get the rest of the row. That's only because I want to put the bodge wire back before I have a chance to lose the mark I put on the board. So there's the original bodge wire. Not a very good wire, but it's an original wire. Anyways, it is going to be pin. It's like pin 13. Okay, there we go. I suspect that factory bodge has something to do with the color circuit. potentially. There we go. The old socket's out. You can kind of see, well, sort of see by the fact it's dull why I'm replacing them. All right, let's see here. Where can I put that somewhere out of the way? I'm also cleaning under the sockets on the top side as I replace them because you can see the board is kind of grungy. Whatever that grunge is. Go ahead and get that off the board. There we go. And go ahead and replace the socket so that I can put the bodge back. So yeah, you can definitely see there is a difference between a new socket and the old sockets. Right, and that socket looks there we go. That looks good. So let me go ahead and I guess let me do this. I might actually need to wait to replace that. Lodge wire, now that I look at it, I think I might need to get the socket beside it. Yeah, let me get the socket beside it just because of the way the wire routes. All right. Okay. See how well that. Pins back and forth. Trying to keep my late 70s, early 80s piece of tape on the board, which is going to prove difficult, but hey, it could be actual Japanese Scotch tape. It could be imitation Japanese Scotch tape. For all I know, yeah. Of course, for all I know, maybe it's Scotch Japanese tape. All right, I think I got a pin that is still soldered. Oh, maybe not. I think that pin right there. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Oh, that. Oh, this original socket was a kinked leg socket, which is interesting because a lot of the other sockets that I've pulled off this board have seemingly been of cheaper construction. Because the kinked legs help retain the socket before you solder it, and those generally are a little bit more expensive than the regular ones. Kind of almost like they maybe just used whatever sockets they had on hand. There we go. That socket is ready to solder. And then hopefully I'll be able to get this bodge wire back in place. Socket looks, I think it looks decent. All right, let me go ahead and just solder it. Okay, there we go. That socket's in. Now I can route this bodge wire back around the way that it was, which was kind of like there. And then it came around. Although think when I solder it, I'm going to try maybe do it a little better than they did at the factory. Maybe kind of somewhat without the giant solder blob of quantity was their middle name. I got to get these boards fixed quick because that's our money for the quarter or something like that. Okay, I think I got it. Let me double check here. Luckily, this one's easy to see where it goes. So there's the one side. And that one's going there. I think. Oh, no, hold on. Okay, so there's one pin. There's the other pin. I don't have the beeper on my multimeter, but yep. So actually, if I go to this side of the board and I go to pin, so that was going to be pin, oh, that's not pin 13, that's pin 3. I go to pin 3 here, and that there. Oh, hold on. Oh, not pin 3, that's pin 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pin 4. Yep. All right. We are good. The bodge is correctly back in place. All right. Now, I think that is the only bodge wire I have to remove. I just have to work around this other one. And actually, I may have to replace the 80s tape. But I'm going to try to hold on to it. I may just keep it, but augment it with a piece of Captain tape. But because I gotta kind of remove some of its adhesive here so I can desolder a bit more easily. So basically, I'm just going to go down the rest of the row and desolder. Desolder party. It's like an 8-bit dance party, but with mooing. Okay. And periodically, I will flip the board over and remove the sockets that I desoldered. Just so if Clarus stops working as effectively, I'll catch it sooner rather than later. I think 3 or 4 sockets is a good number. Kind of maybe the third to halfway across the board. Let me get a few things off my bench. They're getting in my way here. There we go. Okay. There's 1 socket out. There's 2 sockets out. And oh, and the third socket is being just a little bit... Oh, there we go. Oh, I think there might be a pin that's bent over or something. Oh, there might be a pin that's still soldered. Maybe this one? That one looks like it's still solder in it. And let's try that. Interesting. Alright, there must be some oxidized solder on this side. that look. Oh, there we go. And now that socket's out. Okay. The board doesn't look too bad under these sockets. A little dirty, but now, interestingly enough, while I was desoldering that socket, I got the distinct smell of fish, but there are no electrolytic caps on this board, so maybe that was what Scotch tape adhesive smells like if you heat it up? I don't know, because there are no electrolytic caps on this board, so I'm not sure exactly where that came from. I mean, I guess it could be something that contaminated the surface, but okay, okay, just wanted to check the chat and make sure that OBS chat wasn't like being mean to me, but no, we're just in kind of a chat lull, so that's fine. I know that Clarus has a way of making you feel either sleepy or like you want a ice cream cone. I guess since I had some trouble removing the other ROM sockets, like maybe there is some sort of environmental contaminant, I'll go ahead and add some fresh solder to the other sockets in this area. If that helps with desoldering. Yes, definitely getting some interesting smells from this board. Some of it, though, just kind of smells like dust. Heated dust. Like when the winter comes and your auxiliary heat kicks on for the first couple times, kind of that smell. As the dust that's on your auxiliary heating element burns off. I guess maybe if you another similar smell might be that if you've got like baseboard heat and it turns on for the first time, and you kind of burn off the dust that's on the heating element. Just kind of that smell. Nothing. Although I did get a whiff of fish or two. Kind of weird. There's no electrolytic caps on this board. Capcom says, I've been making songs to use as background and interstitial music on my videos so I don't have to be disappointed every time I look at the YouTube audio library. I'm with you there. Except I pay my music guy. I had an inkling of composing abilities, I'd try composing something too. Oh, Gupom says, I got a really cheap 25 key MIDI controller today, and it's been really helpful for being able to try out melodies much better than playing the typing keyboard or drawing on the piano roll. Yeah. There we go. There's another socket. Another socket bites the dust, and another one. Oh, this actually might have been decent sockets back in the day. Except for the fact the pins are corroded and all splayed out. It's not necessarily the socket's fault. It, quite honestly, this computer, which I guess for anyone new that might be watching, wondering why I call it computer in all capital letters, that's because that's what it says on the startup banner. So instead of like Apple II, like a real Apple, or some of the clones, like I know Unitron made clones, they said Unitron and other things. Well, computer says computer. Gutbomb says, I don't really know what I'm doing, but it's fun, and given enough time, I've made some things that would be good enough for background music. Cool. Alright, so there's 4 of the 6 ROM sockets and a supporting chip. So if I can get 3 more, that'll be this row down. And actually, I think I will try just the desolder. Oh, I may need to clean the handle. I already see there is a collection of solder in it. I'll see if I can get this row done, and then I'll stop to clean the handle. Let's just see how well this one came out. These ROM sockets are actually kinked lead sockets, which was probably good for them staying in place for assembly, but it makes them a little harder to remove because the leg is actually bent. Means it's more likely that a little bit of solder might keep it stuck in the via. Alright, so that socket on that side still has some solder somewhere holding it in. Probably that pin right there. There we go. Yep. Alright. That one's out. Let me clean up that one via. Get. There we go. If you're wondering, oh, there you go. I don't even have to zoom in to see it. So that's a kinked lead socket. If you'll notice how they put a kink in the leg, that helps hold it in the socket. It also helps hold it in the socket when you desolder because it's even more likely that part of that leg is touching the via with just a little itty bitty bit of solder that makes it want to stay all that much more in the socket or in the board. tells me probably stuck on the probably ground again. Oh. Oh, there we go. Pins. There we go. Oh, thought I had it. Oh, I'm still stuck on one of these pins. That one. Yeah, that one. There we go. There we go. That socket's out. Cleaning as I go to kind of both make sure I know what the condition of the board is, as well as if I make any mistakes, I want to fix them as I go instead of saving them, so that I don't forget where things go. I think that one's solder in it. Maybe. And that one maybe. There we go. That one might still have solder in it. There we go. And all right, there we go. I think that was the last socket on the row. Looks like it came out fairly cleanly. I almost spilled the isopropyl alcohol again, but luckily caught myself before I did. Also, the prototyping area there looks so much cleaner. There's some dust built up on it. Rub it a little more. All right. Okay. So I got the sockets out. And I guess I will turn the Clarus off. And we'll go ahead and solder the new sockets in. Dave says I have Trina's swear jar effect all set up for the next Sunday stream when I get back from VCF. Cool. Oh, these replacement sockets for the ROMs are. Oh, they're not. I thought they were kinked lead. Because that some of these I bought are kinked lead because that's just what they had. These must not be them. Thinking, how appropriate that I managed to buy the same style socket for the replacements as the originals. So they are snapping into place. See, that's the hallmark of a high quality socket. That's a nice thing about socket, and then pins bend on one. Please. Maybe these are kinked lead, but they're not as obvious that there's a little kink in the leg to help them stay in, but they feel like they are. Oh, that Via's got solder in it. Still. Hi, Jack. Welcome. Computer would say hi, but it has no ROMs right now. There we go. There's at least the ROM sockets. Now, are those going to stay in place? Yes, they are staying in place. Somewhat. Alright, so there's the sockets. Now, let me fine tune their placement. That one stayed in place. one kind of moved. Oh, the third one really moved. Third one moved a little. Fifth one really out of place. And the sixth one stayed fairly well. Or not. There we go. Now those look pretty good on the board. Yep. There we go. There's the shiny new ROM sockets. Let me grab two. And all the notches are in the correct places. Excellent. Not that the backwards ROM sockets were necessarily as big of a problem as some of the other backwards sockets, because you did have the other ROMs to help point you to the correct ROM direction. Kind of one of those things that you kind of expect all the ROMs to go the same way, but it's not as obvious for other logic chips when sockets get put in backwards. Unless you realize that, oh yeah, this was cloning Woz's work and Woz put all the sockets in the same way. There we go. There we go. So now I just need to solder all the pins. All right, so what I'm going to do, a couple of these that I initially I will fix the board placement here momentarily. So the pins I used to tack the ROM sockets, I am going to reflow them with a little bit of flux to make them look better. I am going to solder the rest of the row on, and then I will clean Clarus, and then we'll start up. Good night, Gut Bomb. And then we will start on the next row, at least removing sockets. And then wherever I leave off tonight will be where we pick up on Thursday. Hopefully Thursday, or I'm hoping that I'll get the a good cadence going so that Thursday night I can maybe pick up the pace a little bit. I mean, it didn't help that I had to do some rework or some bodge fixing to fix my mistakes. It took longer. If I can get it to the point where I can just remove and reinstall sockets, then I think it'll go faster. Especially if I don't have problems that require me to bodge more broken traces or broken pads. Even have to remove sockets I've already reinstalled. you like what you've seen tonight of me trying to get the computer back up and running, don't forget to smash that like button. And why don't you subscribe and turn on notifications? Because there's more work to do to computer. Plus other fun computers. You can go look at my backlog of live streams. And see that I work on many different vintage computers. And next week I will probably look at Commodores for at least one stream. So that will be fun. And yes, it might even be VIC-20 related. No, I have not bought any more VIC-20s since I last told you I haven't bought any more VIC-20s. But with the Mauser order that I recently got with some parts I needed for other computers, I did pick up two 6526s that are actually still made by Western Design Center. Not to be confused with Western Digital Corporation. And I've got a VIC-20 that has one, if not two, bad 6522s. So I am going to take some brand new chips to fix a not so brand new computer. So hopefully that'll be one of the things I get to do next week. Although by next week, it'll be next Thursday because I don't have a stream Tuesday. I won't have a stream Tuesday. I have a prior obligation. AKA, I volunteered to do something Wednesday, but did not realize I would have to drive down Tuesday in order to do it. So, c'est la vie. I mean, I could drive down Wednesday morning, but no. No, I will go down Tuesday and that's There we go. So we have another row of shiny new sockets. Oh, that looks so good. So the next row, because there's a lot of sockets on this bottom part, I don't think I'm going to get a row removed, but we'll go as far as I can. But first, before I do that, I do need to check Clarus here. Oh, okay. Maybe there's not as much solder as I thought there was, but still. But not all of that is from tonight, before you ask. I was doing some work for a scripted video last night, and that some of that solder is from that. Get the tube back on. All right, I gotta replace the filter. I thought I could put the filter back on and get a little more use out of it, but seriously, I think yeah, I gotta find more of those filters. I have 2 spares left. Which might be enough, because I think the last handle I had lasted like 2 spare filters. But I think the heater's going on it. Just the same failure mode as the one before it. Alright. So let me let this heat back up. I will dump the solder in the trash can. And we will continue with computer. And optionally, I may need to put a liner in the can if I have one down here, which I don't. So, oh well. All right. There we go. So there's the row F that we just worked on. So now I'm going to start with go to row E. Yep. You wonder why Clarus sounds like there's things on top of it rattling, it's because there's stuff on top of Clarus that's rattling. Let's see if by chance I can. I don't know. In 30 minutes, can I get a whole row of sockets out? All right. See here. This didn't desolder very well. Fine. Add solder and retry. Alright. We'll try again. Tape says, Justin is a socket replacing machine. Yeah. Zach says, I am practicing my desoldering skills. Yes. And soldering skills, too. Alright, let's see if maybe that... Oh, yeah. I think that... Yep. Oh, there was another one of those kinked lead sockets. That probably explains why they didn't desolder well. Yes, those are factory bodge wires. I do not know what they're doing. Now, the blue bodge wires you might see, those are my bodges. But yeah, those factory bodges, I don't know if that's because there's a there was an error in the layout or an error when they manufactured the PCB, or both. Or if it was even potentially... And actually, I won't go so far to say that I'm 100% certain they're factory. It's also possible that those were like bodge wires done to restore functionality that was not included when it shipped to try to evade customs. Because I do know Apple was pretty protective over their color patents on the Apple II. And some of those wires do seem to be going to places in what might be the color circuit. So those could be patent evasion. podges, if you know what I mean. Of course, the patents now have long since expired, but back in the day, they were quite active. So it could be a combination of them. Because I think Apple had a patent on, I mean, it wasn't a patent on color bursts, but it was a patent on, I think, how to generate a color burst with a minimum of chips. There we go. 1142, and well, I'm probably not going to get this whole row of chips out. But let's see. Let me just go ahead and add solder. Actually, let me try removing solder first. I am running low on leaded solder. House computer. Well, I'm on row E. I'm working my way, I guess, down the board. And I'm getting the sockets out of row E. For the most part, they're cooperating. There's a pin here. Every now and then I get a pin that won't cooperate. That should be, there we go. Now I just have the 8 RAM sockets to remove. So let's see how far I can get. I'm thinking of getting the at least at the moment, FR301 from Hacko. But I was going to investigate some of the suggestions from the beginning of the stream a bit more. But my requirement is that replacement parts have to be easily available. And Hacko USA sells all the replacement parts. Or repair parts, so Jack says I have the same no-name one that I have, and he doesn't like it. Ah. Well, yeah, that's the thing. For the Hacko, if it came down right down to it, I could order parts from one of the national distributors if push came to shove. Or I can order parts from Hacko USA. Of course, granted, you're not going to get a probably get a bargain there either, but I mean, they have the parts. Jack says letting off the trigger too early is usually the way I clog mine. I don't know what you mean by over vacuum, Thomas. Yeah, I try not to release the trigger too early. I think another way that I've managed to clog mine is if I was using low melt solder and then desolder it with the tool, and I didn't get all the low melt out. The only reason I'd be doing this is because I've got something that just is being stubborn. I think the oh, Oh, did I only remove 3 of those? Oh, I guess I only removed 3. Okay. So, there's those are. And, well, let's continue. Oh, that is not the right. It would also probably help if I could find tip cleaner for this tip. Another part that I have been unable to locate more of, at least of my preferred purchasing methods, which for something like this, eBay is not on that list. Can I get the last 3 out in 5 minutes or less? Well, let's find out. Right, so far, so good. Alright. Yes, despite the fact that the ZD915 is somewhat finicky and I keep having to replace handles about every 2 months, seemingly, I'm making quick work of the sockets tonight. That one. Just when I start to say something nice about it. There we go. These last 3 sockets are being stubborn. Alright, let's see if maybe I think there's some more of the kinked lead sockets that I've run into on this board. Like this board has a mishmash of socket styles, kind of like they bought remainders of sockets from other companies. Threw them in a bin and put them on the board. Like, whatever they had. The kinked lead one's kind of, you got to really get all the solder out before they'll come out. All right. All right. All right. Let's see if that. No. Those are still. Being stubborn. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. There's one. Two. And that one's going to be the most stubborn because it has good a leverage on it as some of the others. So that resistor pack there. All right. Okay. This one, because I can't rocker it like the others. Break the socket apart and figure out what it's caught on this way. That and plastic. Just the pin. There we go. There's one pin. Oh. Let's see if I can't. Trying to find a way to break the plastic. Off the pins. And there we go. It's out. And I was able to get it out without removing that resistor pack. Excellent. Clean the board. These last few sockets. That's cool. So now, I think I've got a good place to start on Thursday. We got row E. Sockets are removed. And that's where we'll pick up on Thursday, replacing the sockets. So anyways, guess that is a good place to end the stream. A couple rows of successfully removed sockets. Let me see if I can't. Hold on just a second. I'm moving the sockets I removed onto the mat. Oh, there we go. There's tonight's removals. So anyways, that's what we got removed tonight. And as well as removing, I did replace the sockets that I removed and had to bodge those traces because that was something that had to be done. Oh, I guess the one thing I could do here is a last thing is I did put some flux on some of these pads. I guess I can clean my flux off. A little bit of a clean. There we go. Give the board a little clean under these sockets I just removed too. That away. When I start on Thursday, we'll have a nice soldering surface there. And have tacky flux left over on that row there. And I could just leave that to dry in the meantime. So there we go. Got sockets removed. Oh, I guess I am going to dump those sockets in the trash cans before I go to bed. Anyways, yeah, got the sockets removed, sockets replaced, bodges done, and a good place to start for Thursday. Will computer fit in the ultrasonic cleaner once this is all over? Yes. Computer will fit in the ultrasonic cleaner. In fact, I could probably put a 2FX board in my ultrasonic cleaner. I know an Amiga 1000 board fits, so I'm pretty sure computer will have no problem fitting. So anyways, there we go. Successful stream. And we're at a good place to start on Thursday. So don't forget to smash that like button if you like it when I work on these old computers. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications if you'd like to continue with the saga of computer. And let's see here. Don't forget, I do have the Coffee Go link is in the description. And Thursday, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, I will continue with computer. And with that, I would like to thank one last time the Big Bad Biologist for sending the motherboard and for RetroTech Chris for sending along some expansion cards as well as the discs for the Aptiva. So anyways, hope to see you all here Thursday. Have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.